dominated the polls in such a massive way. Take a look at this.
In 1976, when the constituencies were increased to 60, the PNP won 47 seats to the JLP's 13. In 1980, the JLP took 51 seats while the PNP won 9. In 1993, the PNP secured 52 seats compared to the JLP's 8. And in 1983, the December 15 elections saw the JLP winning all 60 constituencies after the PNP boycotted the general elections. Of note, voter turnout was a mere 28.94%. Stevie and Winter for On the Campaign Trail.
As we mentioned earlier, the JLP and the PNP have been hosting political rallies all over the country. One of the major talking points has been the rural school bus program.
These buses that they're bringing in, these are not pre-owned vehicles. These are retired old buses. Many are over 10 to 15-year-old with hundreds of thousands of miles on the clock.
I'm going to introduce a rural transportation support for up to 20,000 children initially, and we will grow it over time as resources improve. Right now it's only 7,500 get that benefit on the path. A subsidy of $2,500 a week so them can get to school and get home comfortable.
Peter Bunting talking about how the bus them will kill off. And hear him. I wouldn't put my picnic them on that bus. His picnic them no riding at them the same thing. They are chauffeur driven in air-conditioned vehicles. What they take with for? They take us a bunch of idiots.
It's time for a break. We'll be right back. Some 2.1 million Jamaicans are registered to vote in this year's election. That's according to the Electoral Office of Jamaica. It represents the largest number of people ever enumerated. But did you know there are dead people still on the voters list? According to the EOJ, it is well aware of the issue that has been plaguing its systems for decades.
2,077,799. That's how many people are eligible to vote in the upcoming general election. But not all of them can vote. Thousands on the list are ghosts of elections past.
There are some persons on the list that we have died, but we can't remove them until we get the necessary supporting document.
Glasspool Brown is Director of Elections. He's acknowledged the long-standing issue. Here's what should happen. The Office of Registrar General provides information on deaths to the EOJ to clean the voters list. But Manager of Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, Monique Morris, admits that there are challenges.
The person may have died this week or a long time ago. They will come back and say, this is not the spelling of the name, the age is wrong, various information. So what we implore the public to do when you're collecting the certification of death, whether the medical certificate from the doctor or the Form D, ensure that you read it properly to ensure that the details are correct.
Data from the Office of the Registrar General shows that between 2002 to 2024, it recorded 409,542 registered deaths. Since 2005, the EOJ removed 285,949 dead people from the list. The gap is due to a series of issues. First is sorting the list to find those of voting age, then identifying those that are enumerated, and then sending a team into the field to verify that they have indeed passed. Additionally, a registered death does not have a unique number for each person, a challenge Ms. Morris is confident that NIDS will solve.
So it will provide a more definitive way of accurate registration as well as accurate updating of the voters list.
Issues like this, however, can give rise to fraud if someone uses the ID of a deceased person to vote. So how then is the EOJ addressing this?
There have been attempts in the past, but there are mechanisms that we have in place
Mr. Brown says the EOJ has been using technology to verify the identities of citizens.
We do a comparison of your fingerprint with the entire database. So therefore, every individual fingerprint will then be compared to a database which have in excess of 2.1 million other fingerprint data set. And the reason for that is that it helps us to prevent duplication of registration.
Additionally, he says the election day workers are better trained to identify fraud. If found guilty of impersonation, aiding, abetting, counseling, or procuring the commission of the offense of impersonation, citizens can be fined between $10,000 and $40,000 or sentenced to up to 5 years in prison by a resident magistrate. If found guilty in a circuit court, the fines are between $50,000 and $250,000 or at least 5 years in prison. That aside, there are concerns that an unclean voters list negatively impacts voter turnout.
There's some amount of individuals that are on the list which maybe give a wrong indication when a voter turnout is a figure is calculated, because you're using a base that is somewhat inflated.
Senior PNP member Peter Bunting argues that the voter apathy being reported, while true, is overly exaggerated, adding that Jamaicans who've migrated are still on the list.
I would estimate that somewhere around 25 to 30% of persons on that list actually are not available to vote.
Equally challenging are those who've migrated and have died overseas. That data sometimes go years without being verified. Additionally, the dead is also costing the living. The budget for the upcoming election is $2.5 billion. At the time of the interview in early July, Glaspole Brown revealed that the EOJ will be seeking additional funds from the government.
In the last election, we printed 1.9. We're looking to print in excess of 2,077,000 thereabout for the upcoming election. We have to print a ballot for every elector or every person that is on the voters list.
Currently, the EOJ must print ballots for every single voter on the voters list. In the case of the upcoming election, it means 2,077,799 ballots.
We have to print a ballot for every elector or every person that is on the voters list, because we're not too sure exactly on the day itself how much person or the individuals that will turn up. And therefore, our preparation is assuming that the turnout is 100%.
With the 37% turnout in 2020, it meant that majority of the ballots were wasted. And although the turnout for the upcoming election is predicted to be better, stakeholders argue that legislation, policies, and procedures should be revised to improve the integrity of the voters list and build confidence in the election.
We're at our final break now, but there's more to come. Welcome back to On the Campaign Trail. For months now, candidates have been going door to door trying to make a case for your vote. But we turn our spotlight on a dark undercurrent in our democracy, a practice as old as politics itself, vote buying. Here's Ramardo Lyons.
Voter turnout in general elections in Jamaica has been on a steady decline over the years. 2011, 53.2%, 2016, 48.4%, 2020, 37.8%. In 2020, both the government and the opposition agreed that the public needed to be addressed on the importance of voting.
We must, in this term, institute a strong program of civic education in our schools.
I believe each political organization has to take it on as something that we separately consider.
But is there a link between the dwindling number of Jamaicans inking their fingers, exercising their constitutional right, and the growing reports of politicians resorting to buying votes? I put the question to political analyst Damian Gordon.
The promises of politicians can no longer sway them to vote. And even candidates with good ideas may not be sufficient to sway them to vote because they've reached a level of disinterestedness, which means that increasingly, in order to get some of them to vote, you have to provide some form of incentive.
The fact that politicians are willing to comply, Mr. Gordon argues, is a sign of failure.
The fact that you buy my vote, it does not mean that I am engaged. It doesn't mean that I'm enthusiastic. It doesn't mean that I hold you in a regard. I'm just thinking about the immediate and the direct material benefit of voting. So that does not address the broader issue of apathy.
In an opinion piece in The Gleaner in 2020, social anthropologist Dr. Herbert Gale said 3 variables influence vote selling: economics, apathy, and age. He added that Jamaicans who expressed both parties were bad were more than twice likely to sell their votes than traditional voters.
Labour rights help me. I keep my fish fry the 20th of this month because I want to put on my upstairs and then buy my 3 bag of chicken and then me a vote for.
So what if the PNP had bought you the same thing?
I'm just gone over to PNP. I'm not ask price. And better party sales. If PNP come right now, I'm buying me 4 bag of chicken and it's some thing there.
Some older Jamaicans say their integrity comes first. If a politician were to approach you right now, offer you money to vote for him, would you do it?
My response would be hell no, sir. Because at the end of the day, we all should keep in consideration that we need to have a society built on honesty, integrity.
That amount of money, I would not switch. No, I don't sell votes. I don't want to sell my votes.
On the flip side, Daniel Archer, Principal Director of the National Integrity Action, says vote buying isn't limited to giving someone cash in exchange for a vote.
Our voting buying is not just to tell you to go and vote, you know.
Then news, here's what we have in the bulletin. PNP and JLP leaders cast ballots. Security deployed amid allegations of voter intimidation. And TVJ News brings in-depth reports from voting locations across the island. Thank you for joining us. I'm Carrie-Ann Simpson. Now the details. We begin with Romardo Lyons, who spoke with JLP leader Andrew Holness. That's Dr. Andrew Holness. Dr. Holness cast his ballot earlier this morning. Romardo, how has it been going so far?
So as you heard earlier, I spoke with opposition leader Mark Golding, and he's very confident about the potential outcome of this general election. Well, so too is Dr. Andrew Holness, leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. He showed up moments ago here in St. Andrew Eastern to cast his vote right here at Mona High School. Now, this constituency is being contested by the JLP's Favour Williams, the PNP's Patricia Duncan Sutherland, and Carl Cargill from the JPP. I spoke with Mr. Holness after he cast his vote, and this is what he had to say. Dr. Holness, Romardo TVJ, the latest Don Anderson poll shows the opposition ahead. He contends that his predictions have been
come on.
accurate.
Don Anderson predicted in 2007, 2011. He predicted in 2016, and he predicted in 2020. Come on. You know, I'm not going to discredit any poll. Let me say that. But I don't listen to Don Anderson's poll.
This campaign trail has been clouded with talks of corruption. Do you think that will affect how some Jamaicans vote?
Without question. I mean, there are Jamaicans who will listen to the headline and not necessarily read the story. So that's something that we factor in. I think the challenge with corruption in Jamaica is that it has focused heavily on the name and shame and you know, using bureaucracy to try to prevent corruption. I think there's another model, which is a model that actually works. And I've said it before, I say it again. Efficient systems can't be corrupted. So if you're trying to deal with corruption, you have to make systems efficient. And to make systems efficient, you want quick delivery of results, You want systems that are integrated, you want transparency, and you want a fair process of adjudication. So we are looking to, as we have announced, our speed program and increasing the efficiency of our public bureaucracy. And I think that is where you're going to get the greatest gains against corruption.
What I've observed at polling stations in both constituencies is people strolling in here and there. A lot of people who we spoke to said that they wanted to come out as early as possible, head to the polling stations, cast their votes, and head back home before the crowd.
Got here a little after 7. There was no movement. I think because of some new arrangements. But after that, things started to move and everybody cooled down. There was a whole lot of chatting, We're wondering why we have to wait so long and all of that. But everything is going fine there now. And I'm happy I voted.
Send a message to people at home who are undecided. They don't know if they want to vote. They don't know if they're going to do it. What would you say to those people?
I tell them to come, because it's peaceful. There's a whole lot of security people here. And everybody seems to be engaged. There no violence. So come, do your vote and go home.
Now, the presence of the security forces, as you can see behind me, is very noticeable. And I've seen representatives from the Jamaica Defense Force, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, even some officers from MOCA. Now, I'll continue to monitor the situation in both constituencies and provide updates.
Now to opposition leader Mark Golding. He was in St. Andrew Northeastern earlier. Mr. Golding addressed an issue that has been plaguing elections in recent years after he voted.
There's often concern about the number of youth showing up at polls to vote. Are you satisfied with your party's efforts to appeal to youth this election?
Listen, one can always do better, but we have done a fair amount. It's been an issue of concern to us as well. So that is why, as leader of the party, I implemented an innovation by appointing a junior shadow cabinet drawn from young people in their 20s, early 30s, from the PNP Youth Organization and the Patriots, which is our young professional arm. And that has given exposure to the members of the junior shadow cabinet to speak on national issues and to raise the profile of the party among the youth, to show them that we are a party that respects young people and feels that their voice is important and that they should be given opportunities to be heard. We've also had 2 youth rallies specific to young people during this campaign, and those were very well attended, very full of energy and went very well. And on all of our major rallies as well, we have at least 2 persons who speak for young people, 2 young people. And we have a lot of young candidates who are very attractive candidates and can speak eloquently and have been speaking eloquently. So I think, for those who follow the politics, they will see the efforts that we have made. The challenge is, of course, that many young people are just not at all interested in public affairs. And I think that's symptomatic of the world as a whole. That's not just a Jamaica thing. And I think it's to do with the way in which communication and information is shared nowadays and the sheer volume of things that people have access to. But, we are doing what we can because we do see it as an important issue.
And in the past 2 elections, we saw voter turnout dwindling. Is that a concern for the People's National Party?
Well, we would like to see a high turnout. For one, I think a high turnout favors the opposition party in an election. 2020 was an aberration because it was during the COVID period. And indeed, it resulted in community spread occurring almost immediately after election day was announced. So that was an unusual situation. I don't think we can really give it too much statistical importance when it comes to voter turnout. But the polls have indicated an expectation that the turnout this time will be significantly higher than that.
We now turn our attention to Central Kingston, where Halshane Burke is standing by with the latest on the voting activity. Halshane?
We are here in the Central Kingston constituency, where the People's National Party's Steve McGregor is going up against the Jamaica Labour Party's Donovan Williams. We also have the UIC's Garth Barnett, who is contesting the seat. Now, the polling stations opened on time for the most part in the areas that we have visited. We have been seeing the feature of long lines, and let me tell you, the sun has been scorching. Persons have been in the lines for upwards of 40 minutes, but they are not daunted. Supporters of both major political parties say they are jubilant, they are expectant, and they are going to stick the course until the end. They are expecting that their candidate will emerge the victor at the end of the day. Now, we have noticed that members of the security forces are all around, dotting the constituency, keeping a keen eye on what is happening today. And so far, they are saying that it has all been peaceful. Right around the sound of vuvuzela, the sound of music, that has been punctuating the constituency, because everyone in the constituency is expecting that their candidate will emerge victor when the last ballot is counted.
Thank you, Hal Shane. Now, Shamela Pullen now gives us an update on what's happening in St. Anne.
All polling stations across the parish of St. Anne opened promptly at 7 a.m. this morning. Voters were seen gathering as early as 6 a.m., determined to cast their ballots in this highly anticipated general election. St. Anne, which is divided into 4 constituencies, is expected to play a pivotal role in the national outcome. All eyes are especially on Northwest St. Anne, where People's National Party General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell, now the candidate in Eastern Westmoreland, was the MP from 2011 to 2020. Dr. Campbell cast his vote earlier in the constituency and expressed optimism about his PNP counterpart's chances of retaining the seat.
You couldn't tell much from what has taken place so far this morning, but just based on the preparation that we've had. This is a constituency that we've won more times than we've lost. We have ensured that we've gone out there and that we've re-energized and re-engaged the members of the party, and they are enthused, they're excited. The level of excitement among the PNP supporters now is currently very high. And those persons who are in the middle, quite a few of them have seen some things that they personally want to vote for. Persons find attractive the $3.5 million tax threshold, which will free up an additional $35,000 for over 200,000 persons.
Challenging the seat are Crystal Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party and Gabriela Morris representing the PNP. Ms. Lee is aiming to reclaim the seat for her party. JLP supporters also expressed strong confidence, stating that the ground response has been positive and they are hopeful of a favourable outcome.
Crystal is one of the hardest working member of parliament right about now in Northwest St. Anne, and I know with the work and the achievement that Crystal have done over the past 4 years, she have no reason to not take this one home. One main achievement. If you look from the Brownstone Road coming down, over the years that road in deplorable condition, and a one-term MP come, and if you realize even from Coolace is going back to Brownstone, we did well and we have more to do.
Voting will continue throughout the day, with polls expected to close at 5 p.m.
To be frank, in that I am not a public speaker in the political arena. I am no party politics person. I vote my franchise and my vote is private.
Electoral officials have so far reported a smooth start to the day with no major incidents or delays. Shamela Pullen, TVJ News.
And now to Southeast St. Mary, where O'Shane Masters is standing by with the latest on voting activity. O'Shane, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Kerry. Now, I'm here at the Anotabe Primary and Infant School, where it's a buzz of activity for both the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, where I've not seen much persons for the Jamaica Progressive Party, JPP, which is the other party running in this constituency. Now, on the JLP side, we have Dr. Norman Dunn. He is the incumbent. Now, he defeated the PNP's Dr. Shane Alexis in 2020. That was was the election in the COVID-19 era. Now, that battle was known as the Battle of the Doctors. Now, Dr. Dunn is facing a new challenger in the person of Chris Brown of the People's National Party. Now, with a very vibrant lead up to this election, both parties are anticipating increased voter turnout and believe that the messaging of the respective parties has wooed their base. Now, in terms of activity at the polling divisions in Southeast St. Mary, things got off to a relatively smooth start, but some constituents complained of protracted wait times in the lines. Now, the newly formed Jamaica Progressive Party, as I mentioned earlier, is also fielding a candidate in that constituency. He is Mark Hutchinson. Now, in speaking with him earlier today at the Gibbs Hill Church of God, he said he believes the message of the party has resonated with its base. Now, let's go over to Western St. Mary. Things are also progressing smoothly. That seat is being contested by the JLP's Robert Montague, who is the incumbent. The PNP's Omar Woodbine and the UIC's Chase Neal are the other candidates in that constituency. Now, at a glance, that area has 5 divisions, namely Karen Hall, Retreat, Gale, Oracabessa, and Boscobel. 3 of those divisions are strongholds for the People's National Party. Now, it is left to be seen whether the party will mobilize their base to come out and vote in this September 3 election. And the same for the JLP, who has strongholds in 2 of those divisions. Now, it's left to be seen what the electorate will decide at the close of polls today. And remember, polls close at 5 p.m. But if you're in the line, you still have the chance, before 5 o'clock, you still have the chance to cast your vote. For now, I'm O'Shane Masters reporting from the Anoto Bay Primary and Infant School in Southeast St. Mary for TVJ News.
Thank you, O'Shane, and it's now time for a break, but stay with us. More Election Day activities when we return.
Keep up with your ultimate entertainment hub, Fame 95 FM, on the World Wide Web, fame95fm.com, on Instagram, Fame95FM1, on YouTube, Fame95FM JA, Facebook and TikTok, Fame95FM.
You know it's Fame 95. Hey, yo, yellow.
The rhythm of your life. Keep up with your ultimate
We have to live with it. We can't do nothing about it, you know. The JLP's Daniel Lawrence is expected to vote here. He was slated to vote at 8 a.m., but he's not here as yet. Now, there are 6 names on the ballot to include Lawrence and the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell, but he already voted over in St. Anne. We spoke to one voter who told us because he was so excited, he got up from about 1 a.m.
The man who me put through, you know, are my boss. The poor God I king.
I will continue to bring you the news over here in Eastern Westmoreland, as well as Western Westmoreland and Central Westmoreland. Stay tuned. Reporting for TVJ News, I am Kimberly Petty.
Now in Western Hanover, the security forces had to be called in following reports of alleged voter intimidation. Our reporter Anthony Logg is there. Anthony?
Thank you. So I'm currently in the town of Lucy here in Western Hanover, and it's 32 degrees here. Now, the political temperature is heating up here in the Western Hanover, where the JLP's Tamika Davis will be going up against Heather Miller Bennett from the People's National Party. Now, things got off to a smooth start. However, we've gotten some reports that there have been reports of alleged voter intimidation. We spoke with JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, who provided some details moments earlier.
There are 1 or 2 reports of the field that there are alleged voter intimidation. I think the secretary was responded well, and candidates have responded well. More mischief than organized structure. We are back a rider one puncture a couple of tires, or there's allegation of us too slow processing some station. They think it's deliberate, but those are small things that we're able to iron out all of those.
Now, the Hanover Western constituency consists of 4 divisions: the Lucy Division, Caldwell Division, Green Island, and the Riverside Division. Now, the People's National Party will be looking to pull out all their supporters from areas like Green Island as well as the Caldwell Division. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party will be placing a lot of focus on the Riverside Division as well as the Lucy Division. But the PNP's Heather Miller says the party is looking to build on its performance that was made in the local government elections last year.
Telling you categorically that today, Riverside Division, Lucy Division, Green Island Division, Caldwell Division, we're winning all 4 just as we did in the local government election. It will be a clean sweep right across the constituency.
Now, the incumbent, Tamika Davis, sees things differently. This is what she had to say.
And what the local government elections did for us was highlight some of the areas that we were short. So we have addressed those, we have fixed those issues. And today we're just saying to Western Hanover, come out, vote for the Jamaica Labour Party, the party that has displayed performance over promise.
Now, we will be here on the ground in Western Hanover as well as Eastern Hanover, and will be monitoring the situation here on the ground and provide details a little later on. It's back to you in studio.
And we take another break, but stick around, more Election Day activities. Welcome back. We now join Christopher Scott in Kintyre East Rural St. Andrew.
Thank you so much. I'm here at the Kintyre Postal Agency in Kintyre District. This constituency is East Rural St. Andrew. Member of Parliament, the Jamaica Labour Party's Juliet Holness. Now, she is being challenged by People's National Party Patrick Peterkin, attorney at law. She's had this constituency since 2016. If Mr. Peterkin were to win the seat, this will be the first time since Damien Crawford back in 2011 that a People's National Party member held this seat as the Member of Parliament. But Juliet Holness will be fighting strong. There's a lot of persons here. Pandemonium, but confusion, and as you can hear, a lot of noise.
This never happened. This has never happened. Everybody cooperate and go in. And I have been here from 7 o'clock this morning, and now it's what, 2:11 after 11, and I still don't go in.
The security forces are trying to calm the crowd in order for a peaceful and more organized voting process. But there are a lot of people here. Some people are here from 7 o'clock this morning and still have not been able to vote, but they're waiting. The decision rests with the voters. If you don't vote, you don't have a chance. Will Juliet Holness win this seat for a third straight term, or will Patrick Peterkin upseat Juliet Holness and get back East Rural St. Andrew to the PNP for the first time since 2011? We'll just have to find out. I'm Christopher Scott. It's back to you in studios.
Thank you, Christopher. We now go to St. Catharines Southeastern, where our reporter Raquel Porter is there.
Thanks, Karen. I'm coming to you from the Lions Club of Portmore, where the People's National Party Dr. Alfred Dawes has voted. After waiting in the line for about 30 minutes, Dr. Dawes voted around 9:47.
And I just cast my ballot for myself. A surreal feeling. But it's been a long journey. But where I am right now, I think that the process has molded me into being a better representative, having been with the people, gone through some struggles, and it was really the people who were there for me. And right now, that has created a debt for me to them, and it means that I must serve.
But the question here today is, can the Jamaica Labour Party's Robert Miller return to Garden House? Dr. Dawes said he can reclaim the seat.
I'm very confident. They're putting a lot of work. The team is excellent. They're very organized. They're out there. They're getting out the votes. And based on our numbers or estimates or canvas, we should take home the seat comfortably. We're going to overturn a 1,000 odd vote deficit from the last election, and we're going to win by a good margin.
Mr. Miller is expected to cast his vote at Cumberland High School at around 1 o'clock. Until then, back to you in studio.
Thanks, Raquel. Now, continuing the news, the Citizens Action for Free and Fair Elections Cafe says its preliminary reports point to a smooth start to today's general election. The group has deployed 32 roving observers and 470 indoor observers across the island. Between 9 and 11 this morning, reports from these observers indicate that 94% of polling stations opened on time at 7 a.m., while 97% had all the necessary materials in place. CAFE noted that only about 7% of polling stations experienced any disruption, and these were described as minor. Just 2% of observers reported disorderly conduct. In 96% of stations, voters who were properly identified were allowed to cast their ballots. CAFE says it will investigate the reasons for any denials. The group also reported that some of its observers initially faced difficulties entering polling stations, but these issues were quickly resolved in collaboration with the Electoral Office of Jamaica. And here's what we have in the health report coming up this evening.
In this evening's health report, we look at politics and stress.
Politicians need to be sure that they have time to rest, have time to sleep, and sometimes even 5 minutes of being quiet, taking time by themselves can reset their mind and help them to get more energy. Making sure that they have a little sleep And when they are quiet, they need a little bit of quiet time, get away from the crowd sometime. Deep breathing exercise.
That's the health report in Primetime News at 7. And now for today's healthy living tip. Prioritize mental health, establish support system, practice time management, limit alcohol intake, exercise, and rest.
And that's the midday news package. I'm Carrie-Ann Simpson. Stay around for our youth panel discussion at 1:10 and primetime news this evening at around 4:30. On behalf of the news, sports and production teams, good evening, good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Jamaica Maitland, and welcome to On the Campaign Trail, TVJ's look at all the happenings in the race to Gordon House. In today's show, we speak with pollster Don Anderson. We also examine the role of the political ombudsman, and our constituency profiles continue. So please stay with us. On the Campaign Trail, we'll be right back. Political polls are a strong indicator of voter intentions for elections. It gauges the public's views on national issues. Pollster Don Anderson has become a household name in that regard. In this report, we go beyond the ballots to explore how the numbers tell a story.
Political polls are used to measure the public's mood on certain issues. The findings, though opinionated, are empirical, which means there is a science behind it. In the latest RGR Gleaner Don Anderson poll, for example, 1,033 people were selected. But how did the pollster arrive at that number? And is it an accurate representation of the rest of the country?
Imagine you have a bowl of soup. If I take up a spoonful of that soup, just like that, it will not give me a good representation of how the soup tastes. But when I stir that soup nicely and I take up a spoonful of that soup, I can guarantee you that in that spoonful of soup are the ingredients represented in the proportions in which they are represented in the bowl of soup. That one spoonful, can suffice. But we go to the whole question of margin of error. So we have another spoonful stirred, and what it does to enhance our appreciation of how the rest of the soup tastes. But do you need to drink the whole soup to know what it tastes like? By no means, no.
Don Anderson, who heads Market Research Services, has been conducting surveys for decades. His first political poll, however, was in 1988 when he was commissioned by former Prime Minister Edward Seaga.
My secretary said, Mr. Anderson, I got a call from the Prime Minister, Mr. Seaga. He would like to meet you at 2 o'clock this afternoon at Jamaica House. No, I'm growing in. I'd never met the Prime Minister before. All right. So I'm getting a summons, really you can't tell the Prime Minister you can't make it, regardless of what you're doing. He took out his little black book, which he was noted for, and he looked at it and he said, "It will please you to know that the data you have is within 1% of what Professor Carlstone has. We would like you to do some political polls for us."
Fast forward to 2025, and Mr. Anderson revealed that although political polls make up less than 10% of his actual business, they receive the most attention, partly because of the national impact. Polls help to gauge public opinions, shape campaign strategies, and can ultimately predict elections. And as Jamaicans prepare to go to the actual polls, Mr. Anderson says he's aware of the mounting criticisms of political polls. He, however, remains resolute in the validity of his studies.
We see the data, we call it as it is.
He revealed that the national polls are done face-to-face. Researchers go out in the field to ask questions, and the respondents must be eligible to vote and must not be politically affiliated. Poll questions are drafted by market research services based on the types of information the client wants to know. Mr. Anderson says the respondents are not prompted, nor are their responses changed in any way to suit any study. Their identities also remain anonymous.
All right. I've never worked for a political party anywhere along the line, right, that has wanted me to change the data to suit them. They know I wouldn't. That's the bottom line. And they don't ask because they know I would never do that. All right, bottom line. I don't need to say any more about that. All right, I've never come under pressure from anybody to say, boy, this don't look so good, you know, never.
At the time of our interview in early July, Mr. Anderson revealed that there were no national polls being conducted by his organization. However, it is not unusual to conduct polls even a week before a general election. Poll results released just a day before the 2007 general election predicted that the Jamaica Labour Party would have won. And they did.
But that crossing of that line the day before the election was what encouraged me, directed me to call the election for the Jamaica Labour Party because the lines crossed on a Saturday.
The last RGR Cleaner Don Anderson poll on party standings showed that 32.6% of respondents said they would vote for the People's National Party, while 29.6% said they would vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. The favorability ratings, however, show that JLP leader Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness had a 7.5% lead over PNP President Mark Golding. The poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3%.
What the eventual numbers are saying is that the number of undecideds is growing. Now, how can that be? And the campaign is intensifying.
And so, we asked Mr. Anderson whether he'd call the election this time around. But he says it's too close to call now.
To answer your question, we have to do another poll in July. Because take the 2007 history, if we do another one in July, now we expect campaigning to be in earnest. Right? Will you see a further reduction in voter intent? Will people be more uncertain, or will they begin to fall on one side or the other? I don't know, which is why doing another poll by the end of July is probably the best thing.
It's time now for a break. We'll be right back with more on the campaign trail. Welcome back to On the Campaign Trail. A major issue has been the destruction of political billboards. There have been claims and counterclaims about breaches of the political code of conduct. In this next feature, we examine the role of the political ombudsman.
New look, same principles. The response from Registrar of Political Parties Lefron Thompson at the Electoral Commission of Jamaica ECJ when asked about the criticism received from the public about the operations of the Office of the Political Ombudsman.
The Political Ombudsman now operates within a different framework. As you know, there are 9 members of the commission and they speak as one.
Ms. Thompson is responsible for overseeing the administrative work of the commissioners who mediate the complaint that supposedly breached the political code of conduct. However, her office is already being forced to defend its operations because of how it receives its mandate.
We're not without resources. We're not without the capacity to handle this portfolio that has come to us.
The government used its majority in Parliament to pass legislation just 2 weeks before the local government election in February 2024 for the office and its function to be moved from 81 Duke Street to 43 Duke Street, a retrograde step according to former political ombudsman Donna Parchment Brown.
I'm not seeing any advantage whatsoever in the change.
Mrs. Parchment Brown, while acknowledging the efforts of the ECJ, says the office's presence is not being felt amidst the widespread reports of vandalism of political banners.
However, I must now state, I can no longer confirm the safety or security of the People's National Party's paraphernalia in St. Thomas Eastern, as their own actions continue to incite tension and provoke unrest.
I want to say to you tonight, comrades of St. Thomas, let us turn back gangsterism.
I have consistently appealed to my supporters to not respond by retaliating, to remain calm and to maintain the focus.
I'm calling on the persons who are purportedly be my supporters to desist from doing so.
Notably, the private sector organization of Jamaica and several civil society groups, including the National Integrity Action, Citizens of Free and Fair Election Cafe, former ECJ Chairman Errol Miller, former EOJ Elections Director Orit Fisher, among others, have called for its reversal. They've all cited the potential to taint the institution by refereeing partisan politics, as well as concerns of conflict of interest that it could breed. Of the 9 commissioners, 4 of them are from the 2 major political parties. General Secretary of the PNP, Dr. Dayton Campbell, is one of them.
My purpose is to represent my party. That's why I'm on the ECJ now, as a nominated member from the PNP to represent the interests of the PNP. Why would you think that you would get a fair ruling by carrying that matter to somebody who's there to represent the interests of their party?
But according to Ms. Thompson, the very composition of the board makes the process work. Where there is a stalemate, the 5 other commissioners are engaged to mediate.
We have what I'd call a really good balance that augurs well for having decisions that are not biased but really weighted and balanced from the views from both sides, from all sides.
The ECJ said it received 6 complaints during the local government election, all of which have been resolved. As of July 10, 2025, it received 8 complaints in relation to the upcoming general election. Citizens can drop off physical complaints or use the ECJ's website.
Mostly, there is talk of the destruction and vandalism of posters and paraphernalia. Persons have mentioned language that is incensed or intimidatory or offensive. You know, those are the general kinds of reports.
A recommendation from the Constitutional Reform Committee could see the office being reverted to its original structure. Mrs. Parchment Brown says if accepted,
you want somebody agile, you want somebody who is flexible, and you want somebody who is courageous and inquisitive.
A recurring concern is the issue of sanctions. The Code of Ethics is what's used to reel in political actors, but even the ECJ is having a challenge with that. Is the Ombudsman's office in essence the toothless tiger?
The office relies much on moral suasion than really the ability to impose legal sanctions.
Do you think the moral suasion is working?
Moral suasion is important. It has an impact in convincing us of common ethics that we hold. And if the voice is heard, invariably it will influence behavior.
Well, the courts can sanction, and I love and respect the courts. However, if you're gonna get a ruling out of the courts, you have to be willing to wait weeks, months, or years. If you're in the middle of an election campaign and there is an imminent danger, there's a presenting problem, you want something determined within a day or 2.
Mrs. Parchment Brown admits that the Political Ombudsman Interim Act should be strengthened. This, she says, could help improve voter awareness while ensuring that political actors adhere to the code of conduct.
Utterances on the public platform, if they breach the code, there's an automatic $50,000 fine. All right, so then people know, and you're accountable for it, and it can be put in a fund to be used for some purpose, political education.
In the meantime, Ms. Thompson at the ECJ says the office will continue to investigate all reports and rule objectively on the matters. We take our final break now, but there's more when we return. Welcome back to On the Campaign Trail. We turn our spotlight now to two constituencies considered battleground seats in the upcoming election. Up first, it's Central Kingston. Here's Andrea Chisholm.
Kingston Central, home to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, National Heroes Park, Sabina Park, and parts of the business district in downtown Kingston. A constituency with just under 27,000 people, according to the 2011 population census done by Statin. It features communities such as Raytown, Rose Gardens, Franklintown, Fletcher's Land, and Allman Town. Priority issues for those communities: high school dropouts, poor parenting, low skill levels, limited opportunity for training, high levels of unemployment, and poor representation by elected political leaders. That data is from a 2007-2008 socio-economic survey done by the Social Development Commission (SDC). It's 2025, but several residents are still complaining about those issues.
We don't like a clinic, really a clinic. Yeah, a little center where the kids can play, can do have a little homework, a little skills. You know, a little center can learn skills and them kind of thing there.
You have a lot of building around here we can use, you know what I mean, for other things. I just have them just being derelict and broken and all of that. We can put them together, a different entity, even little classes, because you have kids who are leave school right now who still can't spell them name, but they have to go.
We need some people to have things where we can build and send out to other countries where we can get more manufacture in our place. But we don't have no factory.
And so Kingston Central's to-do list will be lengthy for the upcoming Member of Parliament. The incumbent, the JLP's Donovan Williams, will face the PNP's Steve McGregor. The constituency is considered a PNP stronghold, as the party has won the seat in every general election except 1944, 1983, and 2020. In the 2020 general election, Mr. Williams beat the PNP's Imani Duncan Price by 303 votes. Before that, the PNP's Ronald Thwaites had the seat for 3 consecutive terms. As at February 2024, during the local government elections, there were 22,595 eligible voters.
Nobody can get out McGregor from around here.
Alright, so tell me what you like about Steve now.
He thinking about fix defense them. He have all kind of plan.
Others defended the work of Mr. Williams.
He has come here and done a lot for a lot of people. The only thing he hasn't get to do yet is the clinic, which he hasn't found the space for in the community as yet.
Okay, yes, so he has done a lot, like what?
He fixed a lot of roads, a lot of people house burned down, he tried to help them.
Still, some remain on the fence.
From a young and I grow up, them really come about for 5 years, for 4 years. And after that, when I see them back, so I'm going to find that interesting. So to me, I don't even know if I can say still, but that's useless. The whole politics thing. That only benefit them and only them.
The constituency of Central Kingston has 2 divisions, Allman Town and Raytown. Residents I spoke with were not afraid to state which party they would vote for. Traditionally, the PNP gets the most votes in Allman Town and the JLP gets the most votes in Raytown. But for this general election, the Lawrence Rowe factor will be on the minds of party workers.
Lawrence Rowe, a former caretaker and campaign strategist for Central Kingston, switched from the PNP to the JLP, accusing the PNP of betrayal and hypocrisy for removing him as the party's candidate. For one JLP supporter, politics has shifted.
We are not no Bustamante, nor Norman Manley politician again. We are politicians that who want performance and who want prosperity and a better life for we and our family.
And so residents are focused on development. Here at the popular Raytown fishing village, dilapidated buildings need attention. Dirty drains serve as a buffet for chickens. Like these animals, fisherfolk are contemplating the next course of action.
And the ranch, them not so right. Most of them are league people living there free, where it's not supposed to do,
It's fisherman ranch and people just come take it over and are living it free. And we used to pay rent. And the rent used to maintain the beach, like clean up, fix the bathroom and tile it. Now everything going down. We need a proper management fee.
That new management structure would include the collection of rental fees to maintain operations. Meanwhile, on the issue of crime and violence,
All of the bad man, they move run over dead, and police are control the place. Every 24/7 police, they are to and from.
So I just hope it stay the same way, quiet and a peaceful election, no war, nothing.
Andrea Chisholm, TVJ News.
Over now in Western Westmoreland, where roads and water are among the major issues. Here's Kimberly Petty.
The parish of Westmoreland, approximately 312 square miles. Now that sugar is no longer king, tourism is the only crown jewel. Although slowly, more persons are turning to agriculture and fisheries. But these are not the issues some voters care about in communities like Aldeer District in the eastern end of the parish. It's water. This resident says it's been decades since she'd had running water in her tap. Like many in her district, she stores water in a drum, which she uses for domestic use.
I need water in the community.
When last you saw water in the district?
I don't tell when. Me have to go over with buckle.
Others opt to pay for the precious commodity.
Who can't drink and bathe? And my skin catch me. Me have to use bleach in a heat. Me need water. And me need pipe. No pipeline. Don't forget water.
So are you one of them who's gonna say no water, no vote?
Me a vote. How me not get no me a vote?
The current MP is Daniel Lawrence. He defeated the PNP's Luther Buchanan in the 2020 general election. It was the first time in decades that the JLP won the seat. The longest serving MP was former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, who first won in 1970 when the constituency was then called South East Westmoreland. The PNP's General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell will be making an attempt to put the constituency back in the orange column. Some of the residents we spoke with say they intend to vote along traditional lines and hope that at some point they will get
pipe water, darling, cool water. Cool and spicy. But they say me can't vote for Labour because me not no head for me body. Me have to go to PNP.
Over in central Westmoreland, voters point to clogged drains, a nightmare when it rains, and that's often. Not even the soldiers at this checkpoint are spared when the drain overflows.
Supposed to see water get up and I come over when you yes maybe and when you come over is a threat in our house he come. Threat in our house.
What do you have to do when it comes to your house?
Jesus, me have to climb up, take up the things them and put them up on guy's stool up on the table. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace, man.
The PNP's Dwayne Vaz is hoping to unseat the current MP George White, who also pulled a surprise win in the 2020 general election. But for people like Miss Henry, she remains undecided given the lack of progress.
Why me did say me not voting? No God know me I tell you the truth because me fed up by the situation. Trust me. So me say don't they in a power and they don't do nothing for people. Them not clean the drain. Nothing not go on for we so. Look on the road is a disgrace and soldier there. They nobody no business with nothing here, man. They don't go when election time come, you see them run up and down in a wee yard. Come at your yard. And when they get your vote, nobody no see them again.
In Western Westmoreland, it's a battle between candidates, the PNP's Ian Hales and the JLP's Garfield James. It's one of the constituencies where bike taxis are popular because of bad roads.
Why terrible. But we have to still go on with it, because no better than go down to it.
He too is doubtful about going to the polls, contending that he's tired of empty promises.
We're not sure, you know. Everything, everyone has the same thing. If I want to come make promise, then I want to come make promise, so it makes sense.
We've been suffering that road condition, low poor conditions from the PNP negligence. Moreland Wilson came in power and his negligence was the same.
Kimberly Petty for TVJ News.
And that's it for On the Campaign Trail. I'm Jamaica Maitland. Pleasant viewing. Hi, I'm Jamaica Maitland, and welcome to On the Campaign Trail, TVJ's look at all the happenings in the race to Gordon House. In today's show, we speak with pollster Don Anderson. We also examine the role of the political ombudsman, and our constituency profiles continue. So please stay with us. On the Campaign Trail, we'll be right back. Political polls are a strong indicator of voter intentions for elections. It gauges the public's views on national issues. Pollster Don Anderson has become a household name in that regard. In this report, we go beyond the ballots to explore how the numbers tell a story. Political polls are used to measure the public's mood on certain issues. The findings, though opinionated, are empirical, which means there is a science behind it. In the latest RGR Gleaner Don Anderson poll, for example, 1,033 people were selected. But how did the pollster arrive at that number? And is it an accurate representation of the rest of the country?
Imagine you have a bowl of soup. If I take up a spoonful of that soup, just like that, it will not give me a good representation of how the soup tastes. But when I stir that soup nicely and I take up a spoonful of that soup, I can guarantee you that in that spoonful of soup are the ingredients represented in the proportions in which they are represented in the bowl of soup. That one spoonful, can suffice. But we go to the whole question of margin of error. So we have another spoonful stirred, and what it does to enhance our appreciation of how the rest of the soup tastes. But do you need to drink the whole soup to know what it tastes like? By no means, no.
Don Anderson, who heads Market Research Services, has been conducting surveys for decades. His first political poll, however, was in 1988 when he was commissioned by former Prime Minister Edward Seaga.
My secretary said, Mr. Anderson, I got a call from the Prime Minister, Mr. Seaga. He would like to meet you at 2 o'clock this afternoon at Jamaica House. No, I'm growing in. I'd never met a Prime Minister before. All right. So I'm getting a summons, really you can't tell the Prime Minister you can't make it, regardless of what you're doing. He took out his little black book, which he was noted for, and he looked at it and he said, "It will please you to know that the data you have is within 1% of what Professor Carlstone has. We would like you to do some political polls for us."
Fast forward to 2025, and Mr. Anderson revealed that although political polls make up less than 10% of his actual business, they receive the most attention, partly because of the national impact. Polls help to gauge public opinions, shape campaign strategies, and can ultimately predict elections. And as Jamaicans prepare to go to the actual polls, Mr. Anderson says he's aware of the mounting criticisms of political polls. He, however, remains resolute in the validity of his studies.
We see the data, we call it as it is.
He revealed that the national polls are done face-to-face. Researchers go out in the field to ask questions, and the respondents must be eligible to vote and must not be politically affiliated. Poll questions are drafted by Market Research Services based on the types of information the client wants to know. Mr. Anderson says the respondents are not prompted, nor are their responses changed in any way to suit any study. Their identities also remain anonymous.
All right. I've never worked for a political party anywhere along the line, right, that has wanted me to change the data to suit them. They know I wouldn't. That's the bottom line. And they don't ask because they know I would never do that. All right, bottom line. I don't need to say any more about that. All right, I've never come under pressure from anybody to say, boy, this don't look so good, never.
At the time of our interview in early July, Mr. Anderson revealed that there were no national polls being conducted by his organization. However, it is not unusual to conduct polls even a week before a general election. Poll results released just a day before the 2007 general election predicted that the Jamaica Labour Party would have won. And did.
But that crossing of that line the day before the election was what encouraged me, directed me to call the election for the Jamaica Labour Party because the lines crossed on a Saturday.
The last RGR cleaner Don Anderson poll on party standing showed that 32.6% of respondents said they would vote for the People's National Party, while 29.6% said they would vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. The favorability ratings, however, show that JLP leader Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness had a 7.5% lead over PNP President Mark Golding. The poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3%.
What the eventual numbers are saying is that the number of undecideds is growing. Now, how can that be? And the campaign is intensifying.
And so, we asked Mr. Anderson whether he'd call the election this time around. But he says it's too close to call now.
To answer your question, we have to do another poll in July. Because take the 2007 history, if we do another one in July, now we expect campaigning to be in earnest. All right, will you see a further reduction in voter intent? Will people be more uncertain, or will they begin to fall on one side or the other? I don't know, which is why doing another poll by the end of July is probably the best thing.
It's time now for a break. We'll be right back with more on the campaign trail.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Vote 2025 Youth Edition, part of TVJ's in-depth, round-the-clock coverage of Election Day 2025. I'm Danielle Mullings, and all across Jamaica, voters are heading to the polls to choose the leaders who will shape the nation's future. Now, young people make up one of the largest groups of eligible voters, and today, their voices are more powerful than ever. But before I introduce you to my star-studded panel, let's head over to the Electoral Office of Jamaica to where Kelisha Williams is standing by.
Jamaicans have been waiting for. It's Election Day 2025, September 3rd. And I can tell you right now at the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, it's early days yet, but things are pretty calm, as you can see behind me. But in a few hours, it will change significantly when the polls close this evening at 5 p.m. So right now, the workers behind me, to see most people, they're quite busy. And what they're doing now, they're tabulating the figures, not the results yet, because the polls are still open. They're tabulating, they're looking at the voter turnout. I was hoping to get to you the voter turnout as of 11 a.m. this morning, but I was told they're still working on it, and I'm hoping to provide you with that information as soon as possible. They'll also provide update at 3 o'clock as well, so I'll provide you with that information as soon as I receive it, and then the final voter turnout when all the results come in at 5 p.m. this evening. So far, I've been getting some complaints from persons in terms of delays at some of the polling stations, especially in the areas, the 7 constituencies where they have the EVIS system, that's the electronic voter identification system, or verification system rather. Some persons are saying that they're being told that they not accepting the IDs, but the fingerprint scanners in some instances are not working. So there are some delays there. I'm still trying to get some information from the ECJ in terms of how they're trying to rectify some of those issues, and I'll provide that update to you as well as soon as I receive it. But overall, in the other areas, I'm told that it's been a smooth process, and all the polling stations, the majority of the polling stations rather, opened this morning at 7 o'clock. About 7,256 of the polling stations opened at 7 o'clock, while 38 opened between 7:01 rather, and 7:30. Now, there are definitely some seats that I'll be watching closely when I present to you the results this evening when the polls close at 5 p.m. and especially the 12 constituencies that the Jamaica Labour Party had not won in decades that they won in 2020. And leading up to the election, we've been hearing a lot of talk about whether or not the People's National Party will be able to reclaim some of those seats. So right now, again, as I said, it's pretty calm here, but the action will will go down when the polls close at 5 p.m. this evening. And I'll have a lot of updates throughout the day right here. Just to tell persons as well that even if you're in the line at 5 p.m., you can still vote. So we are here at the ECJ, and I'll have more updates in subsequent newscasts. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. And that's not the only update. Of course, we'll be giving you more live updates from polling stations as we continue with our discussion. But for now, we'll be talking to a panel of young Jamaicans about what it feels like to vote, how youth are engaging in democracy, and the culture, challenges, and excitement that come with Election Day. But this is your show too, so join the conversation on WhatsApp at 876-254-0693 or post with the hashtag #Vote2025Youth, and we'll be sure to feature your updates live. Now let's meet our panel. Ladies first, of course. Andreen Cameron we have. She is a member of the Jamaica Youth Advocacy Network and also a Rhodes Scholar. Big things, all right? Then we'll go over to Mr. Stephen Palmer. He is a member of the Jamaica Students Association in Trinidad. So we're getting a little bit of a regional perspective coming as well. And then we have Mr. Shamar Wedderburn, who is the Caribbean Regional Youth Council member. So we're very happy to have all of you here. Thank you. And as we dive into the fun and excitement of Election Day, let's start with the obvious. Big question for all of us today. Who has already voted? All right. No. This is a good number. I think it's fine. No worries. Andre, maybe later. But for those who have so far, I'd love to hear from you. Starting with you. How was the experience? Was it smooth? Any long lines?
So it was very smooth for me. I think it's my first time voting at general election. I first voted in the local government. And you know, I got up, I was very impressed by the election day work because everybody's there, because I voted in Portmore. And I was in and out in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah, I think we're very organized with it. It was very good process.
Wow.
So you guys can just go and vote anytime, as I keep encouraging persons.
How about you, Stephen? Did you have a similar experience?
Similar? No, not similar to
Really?
Shamar, not at all.
Okay.
The lines in my PD or the polling station itself were pretty long. I think many persons, especially the elderly, they came out early. So I'm talking about a long line of 50 to 20 persons at each door in the school, and we're looking at a waiting time. Mind you, the waiting time was a little bit longer than I expected. A lot of persons didn't have their IDs, and it was a lot of talk, but not over the top. Let's put it this way. I got through maybe in half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah, thereabouts.
That's not bad at all, yeah.
But it's not 15 minutes. So that's why I say
Understandable, that's okay. And Andreen, I guess I'll still ask you, what are you hearing from your friends or people around or young people going out to vote?
So surprisingly, because I was of the idea, or I'm still somewhat of the impression that though we have maybe some increase in youth involvement, I'm still of the impression that a lot of youth are still not voting. But I was actually surprised to see a lot of my friends that would have been posting that they voted already or that they're getting ready to vote. And I absolutely love it because I think it's such a surreal experience. For example, this will be my first time, but it's just such a surreal experience because we have the ability to like shape the future for a country, and seeing some of my friends actually take that opportunity to go out to vote, it's just a huge experience, and I'm just so proud and I'm just so excited to see what the results will be.
Oh, I relate to that so much. So this is also my first time voting. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have about 3 first timers here.
Not my first time. Sorry. So
no, but Shamar.
First general.
Okay. We have some newbies to the team. We have some veterans as well. That's okay.
Please.
But just to say that I think for this election there's been so much, marketing, social media, so much about the different manifestos and policies that we've all reviewed. And so this was a moment where I'm seeing more young people than usual, at least for the last one, being interested and having these discussions about politics, which I think is important for us as a democracy. We have to have young people included. So I want to hear from you, Shamar, as a first-time voter, what did it feel like walking into the polling station?
I think I felt very proud, when I was leaving the home, my father said, "You're just going across the road. Why are you putting all this funds?" And I told him, this is so pivotal because I said, listen, across every democracy, young people have been the ones to shape the energy and the battles. And I think this is so important. I felt proud as if I was envisioning the next 5 years, because we're going to touch on this, but this election is to go up to 2030. And, there's so much changing in the world, and this is our way to saying, if we know we want to see these things, these are the things that stay in our future, and these are the ones that change. So I'm always excited.
Wow, thanks so much, Shamar. And I relate completely to that as well. Walking in, I felt a sense of pride that I'm contributing to our country and our democracy. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a quick break, but be sure to join us right after.
Voter turnout has been slow but steady in the West Rural St. Andrew constituency, where the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn is seeking a third term. Now, looking to unseat her is the PNP's Joan Gordon-Webley. This is considered somewhat of a swing seat. Cuthbert-Flynn rests the constituency from the PNP's Paul Buchanan, who had unseated the JLP's Andrew Gallimore prior to that. Cuthbert-Flynn, she became a second-term MP when she defeated the PNP's Crystal Tomlinson in 2020. Now the maimed and the able-bodied have stepped up to ensure that she gets the seat for a third time. Among those in attendance is former Senator Dr. Sophia Longmore.
Well, I am registered to vote here. This is where my vote is, and I'm here to cast my vote and, of course, support my colleague, Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn. And of course, just to generally, as I do for the Jamaica and the JLP, basically help to sensitize persons to the issues and the choices that would be benefiting them in their everyday lives, and that would be for the JLP.
And based on reports she says she has had so far, all is going well across constituencies. Now, of course, the PNP's Joan Gordon-Webley, she started out in the House of Representatives as a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. She first won in 1980 for East Rural St. Andrew, and she became the youngest female member of parliament then at the age of 28. She retained her seat in 1983. She lost in 1989, and since then, it has been a stream of losses, 5 straight. But for the PNP supporters, time has come for another MP.
Well, the reason why me say our party will get a chance, because watch this now, tax a kill we. First thing, me know people who own more than 2 taxis and them still not live nowhere. Them still appearing. The next thing is me work for a company and over time I kill we. Because I work 90,000, 30,000 or 20,000 come out for overtime. It's not really necessary. We poor people and black people, we not benefit from nothing where Mr. Andrew Hollins do. So right now I need to come down.
I am Denise Walters reporting from West Rural St. Andrew for TVJ News.
And we're back. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd love to hear from our young people who are here right now. You know, looking at the last election versus this one, why might there be any difference in how young people engage with the elections?
Right. So we were just having the discussion. So let's pull it back now, back on TV. So I think one of the big things, and I'll mention this one, which is COVID. The fact that we were dealing with COVID and we were maneuvering that space, it made it so hard for persons, whether old or young, to actually participate as they would have wanted to. That was my first election, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I wanted to go out, possibly get COVID and come back and bring it to my household. That was definitely something in the minds of people. So that definitely attributed to the turnout, how the turnout, really, the voter turnout essentially, and maybe even who won. But I'll hand over to Audrey.
I see Andrea over there nodding along. You know, let's hear from you.
Yes, so a point that I was making was that with COVID came with increase of globalization also came the rise of technology. And we've seen social media as well has skyrocketed. So I was also making the point that this is the first election that we'd be having since social media has skyrocketed like that. So there are 2 ways you can look on it. The first is that because of the increase in the use of social media, more young people are actually involved in this year's elections. But at the same time, you can also look on it from the angle that because of social media, elections has just become more visible, and it's easier for you to see what other persons are doing, whereby we wouldn't have necessarily had that foresight prior. But looking on this now, it's hard to say, do we really have better youth engagement, or is it just that the youth engagement is more visible? So that's also something that I think we should consider.
We have some great questions here.
I love that she said that, because I was listening to the social media point. I agreed. And it's why this one feels so special, right? But I was just thinking, well, what a great opportunity. You know, with much young persons, they're seeing social media, it's in your faces. You can be involved. We'll yet know to see if that translates to voting. But what a great opportunity opportunity because I was just thinking that I've always said that young people are always at the forefront of this change. And I was just saying, no, perhaps is a time for us to decide what are these things old and new. All of us, we have goals, we have dreams, right? These are the point at which Caribbean young people want to envision their biggest dreams. And I think just being able to take up your phone, scroll TikTok, you can see the Prime Minister live touring, you can jump on one thing or another. I think it's a great opportunity.
I have to agree with that. And you know, I think what we're seeing is that there are different influences that are affecting this election that may be different from the last one. So without telling us who you voted for, right, because that's a secret private ballot, right?
That's correct.
Without telling us that, what were some of the issues that really weighed on your mind as you were deciding who you're going to pick? I see everybody thinking.
So there are a few. There are a few. For me, corruption has been a huge thing, and integrity, and we've seen a lot of that. But there's also been other things that have, for example, we've seen crime and violence has always been an issue, and it still is an issue. And in fact, I don't think it got as much attention as it could have throughout this election season and throughout the debates, because yes, there has been a decrease, but there is still a very far way to go. And so yes, we're seeing less murders, but we're still seeing quite a few. And not only just murders, but also we're looking on gangs. And beyond that, we're looking on, there's some issues like human trafficking, for example, that I haven't really seen much of a spotlight being placed on. There's also the fact of gender-based violence. Like I was expecting or hoping to see, you know, a bit more about that as well, in terms of way more things that can be done overall. And so those are some of the things that I looked into, and also just looking on how our economy can develop and be better. So for example, looking on how climate change is impacting different sectors of our economy, and also looking into AI and STEM and all of these things, and how we can actually equip youth to be best able to exist within this world where there is just all this technology and where a lot of people are being pushed out of jobs. And all of these things have been like a huge part of what I was looking for in selecting the better party.
All right, so Andrea is mentioning quite a few issues here. Yes. So you've spoken about, you know, crime and violence being quite important for you. I'm also looking at the economy, climate change, AI, STEM, etc. These are some emerging issues. I want to hear from you, Mr. Wedderburn. What would you say were some of the issues on your mind?
And, you know, I spoke about our biggest and boldest dreams, right? And I think, so for some of those, I think everybody, if you're in your 20s going up to 30s, I think, of course, we're looking at the housing situation and land. I think we're all imagining one day having our home and our family. I think obviously a lot of the youth points regarding, we're seeing a lot of about education, from funding proposals to even internships to go into a development world. I think a lot of those are important for me. But like Andreen, I'm looking a lot as well on integration of AI and this digital world into our future. I think those would be great. And finally, just because of my background in law, I think I've always been very interested in the legal reform, constitutional provisions, because for me, I think this next 10 years, because of how the changing globalized space is, it'll be not just the plans, but our approach to them. How in this world, a lot of the stuff in countries around us are changing. So we have to position ourselves properly. And I've been on the lookout for that.
Thanks, Shamar. That's very interesting. And I'm going to come to you now, Stephen, but I'm going to add a little bit on to the question from something I'm curious about as well. So we're also seeing elections happening not only in Jamaica, but they've also happened in Guyana. You know, lots of things happening, Trinidad recently, happening across the globe, because I think a lot of elections have happened in the past year. We also have a lot of, you know, global issues happening. Has any of that also factored into how you vote and who you choose?
Well, I was in Trinidad at the time when elections did happen in there. So it definitely did bring things into perspective, because you started to see what was their macro and microeconomic standing, and how exactly would they have come out of it after the elections. What would they have pushed? And so when you saw what choices they made, you wondered, what will Jamaica be doing moving forward? And it was interesting to note that not only myself, but the students back in Trinidad who are studying, Jamaicans studying in Trinidad, also had a lot to say regarding elections. Mind you, some of them are actually back in Trinidad to start school already. Some of them have waited until they could vote before they leave today at 5. So we know that they want to participate. And they're saying the issues for them were really funding. In terms of vet med is so expensive, education on a whole, but essentially the making sure that there are spaces for them, are prepared for them essentially. But there was another thing that came up really, and it was a big one: job availability. And the microeconomics of it in terms of creating the jobs so that we can come back to the country and serve, because we want to come back. We don't want to stay in Trinidad. We don't want to go elsewhere, but how does the government, the new elected government, at least put in place the necessary things so that we can actually stay? That is the focus.
Wow, thank you so much, Stephen, because the perspective you're bringing in is somewhat of like youth diaspora in a sense.
Correct.
Persons who are outside of Jamaica, diaspora is always a big issue here. So I'd just like to say as well, I think we're going to throw to a break now. So back over to you for a break. Vote. Come out and vote, please. All right. Now, what we want to go into is a bit of a conversation about, why voting matters to young people today, young Jamaicans today. And curious, I'm going to add on to that because I'm curious about, are young people reading the manifestos and do they know the track record of the different parties that are vying for these positions? I'm very curious. Andre, I hear Andre saying, yeah. Andre, that's all you.
Okay, so hear me out. Don't come for me. I do think that there is improvement that we need to see, not just in youth, but overall in how we approach voting.
Okay.
Two things I'll say on that point. The first is in relation to manifestos. I think we do not pay enough attention to what is actually in the manifestos. For example, I think if you are even supposed to ask someone to tell you if they know what was in a previous manifesto that still has not been accomplished versus what is in this manifesto, things like that, they aren't able to tell you generally. And I think that's a problem. And that goes to show that we might have participation, but is that informed participation? And that's another issue, because if there's not informed participation, is it an abuse of democracy? And that's an issue for me. So I think that there needs to be a better job at that. And secondly, I think also the debates and how these are handled is important, in the sense that I think an issue I had is that I had to keep saying that this is not a debate competition. It's literally not a debate competition. You're not looking on who was the best speaker, how was this rebuttal handled, who had the best comeback. You're looking for the content. And so for me, when I'm watching an election, or the debate rather, I'm actually cross-referencing with the manifesto. I'm hearing the things that have been said. I'm going to look on newspaper articles. I'm diving deeper into the research, because at the end of the day, what matters is the facts. So yes, the performance in the debate matters, but you have a duty, and we have a duty, to ensure that we are going deeper and to ensure that we're actually cross-referencing with the manifestos, with history, and making an informed decision, because that's what matters.
Some strong statements there. Shamar, what do you think?
I completely agree with her. And for the point about, informed participation, and we need to read the manifestos more, I want to say also, because I know many young people be screaming at the screens at home, I also think...
Wait, actually, sorry, Shamar, sorry to interrupt you, but we have a live update coming in now from Kelisha Williams. Over to you, Kelisha.
Thanks so much, Daniel. No, I did promise our viewers that I will be monitoring the voter turnout, and I would have that information as soon as it is provided. No, I can safely say I have the press release from the ECJ on my phone right now, and I can say that as of 11 o'clock this morning, the voter turnout for the general election, now remember we have by-elections going on in some divisions as well, the voter turnout for the general election as of 11 o'clock this morning, it's 14.8%, while the turnout for the local government by-elections is 12.17%. Now to repeat, for the general election as of 11 o'clock, the voter turnout was 14.8%, and for the local government elections, 12.17%. Now, for persons who remember, in 2020, the overall voter turnout was 37%. Now, we're almost halfway through, and we're seeing that it is just 14.8% so far. Now, in regards to the concerns we've been getting for persons complaining about delays in some of the polling stations, the ECJ said that it's aware of the long lines at some locations, and they're saying this is generally as a result of a significant number of electors who turned up to vote without their ID cards and have to undergo alternative verification procedures. So in my case, I was asked to affirm, or in some instances, persons can take an oath as well if you don't have the voter identification card. So that's all I have for now. Just to repeat again, the voter turnout so far, as of 11 o'clock, 14.8%. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So we're hearing that voter turnout is 14.8%. And Shamar, before we went to this feature, you were telling us a bit about why you think it's so important for young people to come out and vote. So right back to you.
And I'm glad we got the numbers, because I was going to say, while it's important, I know persons be screaming at the screen saying, but you guys don't understand. This is why. I think it's fair to say when we hear the numbers, listen, the frustration that I think Caribbean young people also face is also true. There's been decades of even people in generation above us, they face issues such as job security, unemployment, mental health, if you don't speak about as much. And I think they might be feeling, I heard a young person the other day like, will this really, am I one the policy really going to reach? And they feel first, they don't know if this will be fair. But what I want to say to those persons is, it's that now is actually, we have to recognize our strength in our voice, our strength kind of in our numbers. And before the break, we were saying it's more than ever now. I know some person might feel like, politician, will they do it? Will they execute it? I think we have to recognize this is an era where your phone is so important. This is an era no more your politicians is so far away. We are the generation that will have to ensure these things are being done. I heard somebody said, let no new roads be built, no new bridge without your voice being said. So I think that's what we're going to have to tell the persons.
Powerful statements again coming in there. And Stephen, we're going to kind of pick up on that part of what would you say to young people who are thinking, maybe I'm not going to go out and vote today. I'm not really sure. I don't know. What would be your statement?
Well, I think the statement, I'd ask them this. Do you think your voice will make a difference? Now, obviously, somebody will say, of course it will make a difference. It's one vote, and if I carry somebody, it's 1 + 1, which is 2, and so on and so forth. But the fact remains, you have the choice. You're able to choose. So why not? Why not make... Now, think about it, I want it to be clear. You could possibly change what happens maybe in your constituency, maybe in your division, and maybe on a grander scale, on a national scale, who becomes prime minister. Right. Now, if you weigh that, and you can't consider that, put that in mind, you are putting yourself as the persons to choose. Now, I don't want anybody to take this lightly, because it's the same thing that can be applied when we talk about politics in the university space or politics in the school spaces, NSSC, or so on and so forth. We want to make sure that our representation matches what we are looking forward to. We don't want it to be an imbalance of the two.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so interesting. So we have everyone here basically saying that we need to recognize that our voices matter. Yeah. And there's a reason that young people need to be at the table, which is to contribute to this democracy.
Agreed.
And I think the other interesting thing here with this election in particular is, all polls have been saying that it's a dead heat, like it's very, very close, etc., etc. And with that being said, that means one vote
can make the difference.
Could actually make the difference.
Correct.
But let's go into a bit around election day culture. And so we'd love to know, what was the vibe like at the polling stations that you visited, or even not in-person polling stations, but also maybe in social media? Like, what are you seeing young people saying now?
Sports day.
Sports day. I love it. I love it. No, I love it.
We've been seeing that a lot on Twitter. People say, ready for sports day, everybody out in them colors and whatnot. But what would you say?
It's so true. They're so enthusiastic about it. I think people are having a field day with this. No, it's serious. I mean, there was a father who brought his daughter, and he told the daughter, you can sing the song, man. And they started singing the song, and the supervisor had to come over and say, sir, you cannot do that, and so on. But then it gives you this energy, this vibe. And mind you, there was, I must applaud the Jamaican citizens nationwide. I have not heard of any great mishap, any violence of sorts. And in the polling station that I went in today, there was no animosity, there was no challenge between any person. Mind you, we have persons in opposing colors hugging up, catching up, chatting. It was a vibe, I mean, all you needed there, I think, was maybe a bartender, and then you could have a little party, a little lime.
It's a lime.
It's a lime.
Shamar, what do you think?
But this has always been a unique feature of a Jamaican culture, and I think this is what we have to use to energize to why this is part of our culture. With this party, sports day vibe comes from people believe in strong representation. You heard me earlier say that, listen, persons are frustrated kind of whatever, but they have to believe in that their voice is kind of going to make that difference. Right. And when you see this party vibe, this energy, because I can promise you, in a different election, when you do not see that party vibe, it tells you there's not much belief in what's kind of going to be happening. And so I think that's the encouraged. I think you said social media space. I think in my social media, Daniel, Instagram has these things on the chats where you see the stickers. Right. What I'm seeing now, I'm not seeing it from everybody, but what I'm seeing more people telling their friends,
I voted.
I saw a friend said, listen, I will drive you to St. Anne if you are voting in his right place he wants to.
Right.
But this is a young person. This is not the party's structure. And I think more of that can be, listen, there will always be young people who are not sure if they want to. It really takes some, Andrine, what you think about this at work? Those are some things can make a big difference.
I'm curious as well, because we are the land of music, reggae, so on. Do you guys actually listen to the dub plates? Does it give you a vibe?
Yeah.
But nah, like, and this year, what I love too is they have really taken up like culture, like the popular things that are out. So like you see a song, what do you call it, trending on TikTok, and then the next day that is being used in a political campaign, and they remix them bad. So and I'm seeing even people even doing dance trends to these songs. Like it's to that extent. So that clean.
That's what I think I've really loved about just being a Caribbean national and a Jamaican, because it's something that is so specific to us. This is how we express ourselves. Anything else you think that stood out to you in terms of the ways that the parties try to engage young people this time?
I think there was a way greater hands-on approach, and that is something that I can appreciate. So I've seen where more interest has been taken into hearing the voices of the youth, and more interest has been taken into meeting them, like being around for them, like being able to physically interact with them. That's something that I appreciate. However, that is something that cannot just start happening when election is near. And so if you want to see increased voter turnout, if you want to see more than 14% at midday, what you're going to have to do is have consistent interaction throughout the entire tenure, and not just at the end. And also this extends to like the constituencies as well. So this is not just the persons who are at the forefront or in the Senate. This extends to like the MPs. Like we need to see them more. We need to interact with them consistently throughout. And I think that's the
So Andrine, I think kind of building on that then, right? Because you're starting to show like what some of the challenges with young people, what young people face when they're trying to vote. They're like, well, I just now see my MP for the first time in the past whatever number of years, right? What else would you say are some, and this is quickly, some challenges that young people face when they're trying to vote?
I think, well, one of the challenge, and maybe I think some persons have actually aimed at solving it, is the enumeration process. I'm getting tongue twisted here. Getting the ID, getting the signing up, and I think many persons. I'm not sure why it's not like one of the things you do just as you turn 18. But I think the political parties are working to get their people signed up so that they can actually vote. And I think that's one of the things we have to start with. Because if you don't have an ID, if you're not registered, then you can't vote.
Very good. So enumeration comes up.
Correct.
Tamara, what are you thinking?
See, there are young people who would vote maybe if they kind of want to, but where they're not yet at is, I'm going to drive from the university campus all the way back to Hanover just to. They're not at there yet. And I think those are some of the things that perhaps around in the future we'll have a conversation around how we do the transferring of like where you kind of vote, and can we do floating stations, this maybe. Because I think the 14, there are people at home, I'm telling you, if somebody drags them, they'll do it. But they don't yet have that vigor to go there. And we speaking about the songs, I think that's how we have to start. But ultimately, young people want more plans for them. This election, I think both manifestos have had the most I've seen in a while. Youth plans, university students.
Youth specific, that is true.
And that's where we have to start. So I think more of that.
So we're going to get into some of those youth-specific issues when we come back after the break. But if you can give me just a quick 5 seconds for your last message to the young people who are watching now. Starting with you, Shamar.
My message is simple. Now is the time to make sure we entrust our inheritance on our future.
All right. Andrine.
People fought for this moment. Go and vote. I'm going to vote soon. Okay.
And Stephen.
Your voices count. Simply make it count. Go out, vote, participate, and when you're done, let's hold them accountable.
That's right.
All right.
That's it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been able to hear from this amazing panel, and we're actually going to switch out the panel after this break. But thank you so much for tuning in to Vote 2025, the Youth Edition.
but we're also talking to the people who may not be engaged on Twitter every day or X every day and want to know what we are doing, what we plan to do, how we plan to move forward. So I think those two are two of the hugest issues that I would say contributing to voter apathy. Yes.
Interesting. So we have some different issues then being put on the table, and that bit about education and how we let people understand what is happening is going to be important. And two, Jonathan, you touched on this need to, really be able to demonstrate like what your values are and where you're coming from as a political party, asking to be in power. So what I also want to then kind of go into now is, what would you say were some of the core issues that young people were interested in as they now decide who they're going to vote? Of course, we've heard about like job availability and so on. I want to hear what other issues in that, and you can expound as well.
Yeah, I definitely think education factored a lot in this election. I'm not necessarily sure how much it will resonate with voters, but on both sides of the political aisle, I noticed that the education minister and education spokesperson seemed to feature quite a lot in the campaigns. Quite a lot. So education seems to be a big part of it. At the tertiary education level, there's a big conversation about tertiary education funding and skills. But then I beg to ask the question, though, again about explanation. There didn't seem to be a kind of articulation of the value that education could bring to the country and why it is that you're pursuing these policies on as a long-term strategy for national development. Education, when you think about politics, I'm not necessarily sure that education normally factors in one of the issues that people tend to care about when they go to the polls. And I think, again, explanations probably would have been better. I think education was one, but I also do think, again, I think there was a big issue also about continuity.
Yeah.
Some people questioning the success of some programs and whether or not people feel as if the country is going in the right direction, or should we at this point, do we need a shake-up? And I think that's where a lot of, especially young voters, are genuinely questioning. Does the country need a shake-up, or should it stay the way it is? And is the status quo on the right trajectory? And I think both political parties kind of, it was a battle to kind of explain to the people, especially on the opposition side, whether or not, especially for young people, what existed before, what exists now. And I think that was just a bit difficult, and it started coming out. And I'm just not sure the matter was settled properly, because I genuinely don't know if the messaging itself was as
clear as
transparent.
Okay, so we hear you, Jonathan. You're saying that you're not sure if the message is translated to young people in terms of what both parties were bringing to the table and whether or not something needed to be changed right now.
I'll just say this quickly. Daniel, when you watch some of the debates, the language was just hard to get through. It was, even for somebody who's interested in these things, I'm like, it's hard to get through. And sometimes I just genuinely don't think it was brought back to bread and butter issues, particularly for young people, in just very simple, practical ways in terms of explanation. And I think while there was an increase in engagement, I'm just not sure if the engagement itself was as precise and as targeted.
All right, so we hear you, Jonathan. And Jamar, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that as well. Like, what would you say? How did the messaging come across in this election for young people?
I think I spoke about it earlier in that the language was absolutely very important. No, we have to acknowledge that the young people seemed a lot more engaged in this election, right? I mean, if you're on X, you'll see how vocal people are as it relates to, the policy positions or wherever they're standing. So we have to, but I think that we also have to understand that, hey, those people who are of the articulate minority are just in that space, and we have to tap into the other spaces so that these people can have the conversations that contribute to national development. And so I think it's a lesson learned for next election. Language is absolutely important. Absolutely important.
All right, so we're hearing about the language and the messaging. Gabby, what would you say were some of the other ways that you've seen the parties try to engage young people, and anything that worked or didn't?
Okay, so other ways that I've seen that the parties try to engage the young people is through the use of dubs, right? Our culture is very big on music. We love dancehall. We're very much ingrained in that. So the use of a lot of popular artists, that was pretty good. But in addition to that, actually having some youth-related campaign trails or forums and so on. I know that both parties would have tried, both major parties rather, because you have other players, they would have tried to engage, right, other players, they would have tried to engage their various bases on those premises as well. And even for larger political rallies, a political rally is like one big party in a sense, right? The excitement, the different promises that are made and so on, and reminiscing on what past leaders have done. So I think that both parties have done a pretty good job. I would have appreciated a more boots on the ground approach though.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? So in certain constituencies, I know some people to date haven't seen different officials who are vying for office.
Right.
So that's very important, right? Engaging with the electorate in a very practical way. So not just online, which is very good. I'll give both parties, they have really ramped up their social media presence, but also on the ground, holding a reasoning with the young people. We're very practical. We like groundings, reasoning. That's very important.
I think that's a big point, and it's kind of a bit of what you were touching on as well, Jamar, about you know, sometimes we're in these bubbles.
Yeah.
Even as you go on Twitter, like your feed is directly, you know, linked to what you are interested in and what you like and respond to. And sometimes you've tapped into one bubble, but maybe not all of them. So let's continue to explore this when we come back after the break. But for now, please ensure that you join us as we come back after the break.
came off to me as if that there wasn't a grasp of those issues or a grasp that this is where the world is rapidly changing. I'll give you just an example. I mean, 2 years ago, the concept of AI wasn't really a thing that most people understood, but now there are many young people that can't even write a document without ChatGPT, and those are serious questions. So I know many people are questioning, like, should I go to university and get this degree?
I think that's a really good question that you're putting on the table, because what we're wrestling with is there has been a global shift towards the skills economy. And so that requires every country to really assess its education system and what is valuable and what results in the goal of having as many qualified persons as possible within the workforce and getting jobs. So is there any other thoughts that you may want to share? I see Gabrielle looks like she may want to share something on this.
Right, so I'm glad that the viewer raised that point, and I want to dispel the lie that is circulating that young people are lazy. I don't know whoever came up with this perception that young people are lazy and young people just want to sit down. Young people want higher paying jobs. That's what they want. They want fulfilling jobs, meaningful jobs, right? And in addition to that, might I add, right? In the past few years, certain players have been speaking about, oh, young people are chopping the line and this and that. Have you considered that if we had better avenues for them to earn gainfully and earn proper wages, we'd see a reduction in that? So those are things that we need to consider, right? A lot of people want to walk the straight and narrow path, but they also want it to be remunerated properly, right?
All right. Gabby, that's good. Let's go over to you, Jamar.
I'm going to add to what Gabby said by saying I think it hits you like a ton of bricks. When you first finish university, you get your job, you get your first paycheck, and you realize, oh.
That's so true.
So this is what they were saying, where you don't rush to become an adult, because you're like, I'm going to do this, kind of a thing. And so I think I wrote an article some time ago about financial planning and teaching young people how to navigate that, but also providing the resources, because these are real issues, and it goes back to what I mentioned in the break about how futuristic are we talking. So yes, we want our policies to, as best as possible, address no issues, but is it sustainable? Is it futuristic? Can I look back 5 years down the road and say, yeah, the policy didn't make sense, kind of thing?
Really good points. And I think this issue around jobs and skilling and being able to get something that is well paying has come up over and over, especially in any youth forum that you go into. The question is going to be, how can we be able to earn enough to cover our expenses adequately? And I have to agree with you, like finishing university, the first thing that shocked me were rental prices.
Oh, God.
Then we say, okay, the grocery bill look kind of steep. And it just kind of continues to build, your electricity, your water costs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a really good discussion there. And I think coming back to, you mentioned the UNICEF poll that happened earlier. They also mentioned that, they're urging policymakers, based on what young people have said, to expand youth employment and entrepreneurship programs. That's in line with what we've been discussing. Improve access to affordable housing for young people. Strengthen mental health and community safety initiatives. And I think all of this comes back to the conversation we've been having. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go back to a break, but please be sure to join us right after.
for me, it's just innovation. I want to hear. I want the passion.
So we're hearing what young people want to see in our politicians, in our leaders. And I think we also will then see that translate into how persons vote, hopefully. But just to highlight again, we have another young person who has messaged in. And this person is saying that people have been actually out there for about 4 hours or so on trying to vote at one of the stations. And they're saying it's not even that it's crowded, the lines just aren't moving. And I get that because when I went out to vote today, my station was fine, but there were multiple stations or multiple divisions at that station. And I could see where the other two were not moving at all. But mine went free flowing and I was in and out in 20 minutes and I was like, praise the Lord, I'm good. But I think, you know, that's some of what has come in there. So that being said, I want to thank you all so much for being here today with us on this program. It is important to have a space for young people to be able to speak and share their views and really be able to also discuss and debate. Because the question is not necessarily to say that we all need to agree, but more so that we need to be looking at what's next for the future. So our final question to you, all right, you're going to give me about maybe 15, 20 seconds there for your responses. In the first 100 days of whoever wins, what are you looking for and what are young people looking for? Let's start with you, Jamar.
Wow. All right, the pressure. I want to see us measure where we are in terms of Vision 2030 and some systematic plans to get to whatever is left to accomplish. I think just the plan, that I'm okay with that.
Powerful. So you want to see a systematic plan, where we are, what needs to be done, what we're going to do next. Gabby.
All right, for young people, we want to see concrete plans about housing. We want to see concrete plans about internships, apprenticeships, things where people can learn skills and actually have training. And in addition to that, more mental health spaces. That's very important.
Very important points that were also reinforced by the research. And Jonathan.
Yeah, I would just like to see a clear plan across all sectors. What are the priorities? When we know that what the priorities are, we can determine this is how we can judge you, this is how we can join you. So just that, I want to hear what are the clear priorities. This is what we want to achieve because we can't do everything at one time. We're a country limited by resources, but what are our priorities as a government and how can the country join you?
All right, powerful statements made by our panelists there. We have Jamar, Gabriel, and Jonathan, of course. So Jamaicans, everybody watching right now, especially young people, remember that youth are not only, you know, the generation of the future. We're the generation of the here and now, and we're here to make an impact, and we have opinions and lots of statements that we'd like to make and be heard. So I hope that this program was definitely very helpful to kind of understand and explore some of the pressing issues that have come up for young people, and we look forward to continue this live coverage of Election Day 2025 with Vote 2025. Thank you for joining the Youth Edition.